Good morning. Good morning. Let's try to get started um, with today's session. It's nice to see you folks around, whoever is here or whoever will be here. I will spend my Sunday morning for at least an hour and a half or 2 hours dealing with smart contracts. And I'm totally new to this domain, so I'm hoping to make a little bit of progress and try to implement uh, a little bit of code and also focus on testing, because this is an extra session in my ongoing series on writing automated tests. And um, I decided that I want to challenge myself a little bit and do something that I haven't done much of, and that is to work on, as I said, smart contracts, blockchain technology from a test driven perspective. Now, there won't be so much test driven approach because I'm really new at this, but we will see what we can come up with and see if we can learn a little bit. So this will be a bit of an experimental session, um, a learning session, testing session. All right, so let's see if we can get after it. If the music is too loud, or if I'm speaking to if my audio is not coming through properly, just let me know. Um, but for now, let's kick this off. Okay, so let's check the status of where I am at the moment. So my first exposure to smart contracts was this. Let me see. Put this up on screen. I was going through this walkthrough, which advertised itself as a complete guide to full stack Ethereum damn it, development. Now, that kind of introduced me to, of course, the very concept of distributed apps using React, but nonetheless, well, the React part wasn't so much distributed. All right, but anyway, I took a peek on Ethers.js. Ethers.js. I got my first exposure to Solidity, and then I was also talking about Hardhat, right? And so Hardhat is, what is Hardhat? The pieces. Let's see. React, the graph, what we're building. Well, they didn't kind of explain what Hardhat is, but if we go to Hardhat, right, the Hardhat website. Well, right. So it's a development environment for professionals. So it's a bit of a energy boost, I guess. So I can run Solidity locally, debugging first, and so on, right? So from what I understand, Hardhat is an alternative to Truffle. Uh, right. I guess I could use that also. Not sure. I am really not sure which one is best. So I'm gonna go with the thing that I know for now. You know, play it safe, a little safe at least, and see if we can get this thing started. Now, so I will actually be doing this coding uh, in my repository that I have already created for these stream sessions about testing. And again, this one will be a little bit outside of the scope of what I was talking about, just to recap a little bit. Um, I was doing what? I was doing automated testing sessions like this. You can check my history before, and so I started with unit tests, very basic stuff, using Mocha Chinon, Mocha Chai, sorry, Chai and Sinon, Chinon. Well, that was okay. Anyway, Mocha Chai and Sinon. So that was good. Then I went over to acceptance test. Yesterday I was doing the testing, the backend with Mocha Chai and Super Test that allowed me to build request specs for a very small Express-based API. So that was fun. I have that under control. The idea is to do another session that is based in unit testing in React, which basically is component tests, and I'm going to use Jest and React testing library. But I thought, and then I want to do a full behavior-driven behavior-driven design, test-driven development flow, the acceptance unit test cycle in let's say a front-end application where we work with Cypress and we work with our units, unit tests or component tests in Jest and React testing library and so on. But I want to do an extra session today, exploring testing smart contracts. Right, and that would be of course Hardhat, and then we'll see if we build some sort of an interface. So it's ethos JS React question mark. Who knows what we come up with, but definitely this thing here. All right, and again, it's a little bit outside of the kind of flow that I was looking into, because I wanted to challenge myself a little bit. And hey, this is recreational coding, right? We all want to learn something, so I want to learn more about these kind of things. So I think I'm entitled to do that. And if you're interested in this, stick around. And if you're not, then there are plenty of other things to watch on YouTube or on Twitch or whatever you guys are from. This will be the naked truth. Again, when you watch a lot of streams or a lot of tutorials on YouTube and so on, you see people who are delivering a little bit of rehearsed content. I don't do that generally, and definitely not today, because I simply do not know what the F I'm talking about in this context. So I know a bit about programming, writing software. I know a bit about testing and so on. Some would say I know a lot. In certain areas I do, but in this case I'm totally new, and we've all been there at some point. So, right. Let's forget about this for now. Actually, we can move this out from here. Don't need it. And let's go over to the Hardhat documentation. And I think that right. So I probably already have uh, right. Hardhat is developed environment for compile, deploy, test, and debug your Ethereum software. Uh, right. Comes built in with a Hardhat network, a local Ethereum network designed for development. Its functionality focuses on Solidity for debugging. Right. Okay, so let's see if we can get started. Now, I found this fantastic blog post by a guy regarding building building a smart contract to sell goods. It's on Medium, and it kind of introduces the reader to the idea of to the concept of blockchain, of course, and some stuff, and then starts to talk about some use cases, right? So there are some diagrams here, and we don't have to go through all of this right now. I read it, and so can you. I can send a link to this in chat here, which is probably a good thing to do, just for attribution's sake. This the author is Brazil. This one is written in 2018, so it's a bit old. But what I like about it is that it goes through a flow. I like this diagram. So I like the flow of the relationship between a seller and a buyer. In this case, it's a manufacturer and a retailer, and then a third party. In this case, would be the courier. So basically, a retailer wants to purchase some goods from the manufacturer, and the manufacturer wants to sell those goods to the retailer, and they need to be shipped somehow, right? So if you want to do this with the help of a smart contract, you have the entire flow here that is defined one way or another. So it could be interesting to have in the back of your head. You deploy the contract, send the order for the retailer, what happens before that, how the retailer and the manufacturer actually get in touch with each other, but that's another thing. The retailer places product X with quantity equal to N, okay, at manufacturer's smart contract. So that's one thing which kind of limits this to only be able to purchase one product at each time. You know, quite often when you purchase goods as a retailer, you probably purchase a lot of different products, different shapes and sizes. But I think that this use case perhaps doesn't cover that. Through an event, so-called order send, the manufacturer could retrieve the order data and process it. Okay, so trigger an event, we got you. The manufacturer looks for the shipping price on the courier smart contract. The manufacturer sends the order price, and the retailer receives this through the event called price send. Okay. The manufacturer sends the shipment price, and the retailer receives this through the event called price send. Again, okay. So 4 and 5 seems a bit confusing to me, to be honest. Why that would be the same event, but I guess there's a reason for that. Right. Am I like speaking really softly here again? Hello, hello, hello. God damn it. I keep messing up my audio settings always, you know, so there's something really, really wrong with me. Damn it. Okay, let's see what this does for us now. Okay, anyway. Right. Okay, so 4 and 5 seems a bit confusing to me, to be honest. But okay. Then the retailer performs a safe payment of the grand total. The order price plus shipment price. These coins go to the smart contract account and wait until delivery. I like that. Okay, so this is like I think it's called the escrow payment, right? That's the definition of that, right? Let me just say escrow meaning. Let's have a look. A bond, deed, and other document kept in the custody of a third party and taking effect only when a specified condition has been fulfilled. Yes, that's the thing. That's what we want. So let's just take a few notes here. Can we take a few notes? Let's just go over here. Let's create a new picture, and right, and we say smart contract, and then notes. Right, so we just go escrow, and that would be just so we got this. Right. And then I'm gonna add another one that is the flow. Right. Just to have it here for myself. Yep. All right. Let's have a sip of coffee. The manufacturer sends the invoice with a delivery date and some other data. The retailer receives the invoice data through the event called invoice send. The courier, after delivery of the order, marks the order as delivered on the smart contract. The courier could be a robot, a drone. Think with me. Today we have many possibilities, yes. And then the smart contract pays out the manufacturer for the order, and the smart contract pays out the courier for the shipment. Okay, so if we would take a look at what I would like to build. based on this idea, right? I would like to be able to sell services, not goods, right? Sell service. Sell or purchase. Purchase service. Okay, so we can take a look at like one, stakeholders, right? That would be, perhaps we can call them service provider and a buyer. Service provider and a buyer. These were the stakeholders, right? And the smart contract. Would be also a stakeholder, right? So based on this, so what? Well, let's get rid of this, right? So one, the service provider issues, is it called issue? Is that what we do? Issues a smart contract. For, and that's exactly what he said here, right? For exclusive for the buyers, for the buyer, right? For the buyer. For the buyer. Two, the buyer orders some service, and we're going to keep it real simple, like 1 hour of consulting, right? Buyer, and what would you say? Buyer orders a service. For instance, for example, or 10 hours of software development, right? Because we're going to work with services here. Right. So for, yeah. And we call this, right, at manufacturer order send, order send. I don't know if that's order placed, I will call it. At the smart contract. Let's say that an event, and we're gonna call this event order, well, not order, but perhaps received. No, not received, but placed, or initiated, placed. Can we call it placed? Hi UT61. I am exploring smart contracts, and I'm just thinking out loud here what I want to build. So the idea was, as we spoke yesterday, that I will be doing more of these testing workshops, going on into React and all of that stuff. But I was like, I woke up this morning and said, I want to continue to challenge myself a little bit and look into things that I don't know much about. And one thing that I really don't know much about is the blockchain and smart contracts. So that's what I'm exploring at the moment. And so I found nice little blog post dated back in 2018, so it's a bit old, where this guy goes through a flow of buying or selling goods using smart contracts. So I was just thinking perhaps I can do something similar, but sell services. And he had three parties here: retailer, manufacturer, and the courier, and then of course a smart contract. And I was like more into, let's do services, so we can just do a much simpler relationship between a buyer and a seller and a smart contract, right? So I'm just in the process of kind of describing that thing in my flow here, basically. So that's what's up. Hope you had a good night's sleep, and I hope it's not too cold over in Siberia. Right. So order incoming. Let's incoming. No, order initiated. Order initiated. Right. We're gonna call this an order or deal or purchase. Let's an event initiated allows is triggered and contains and allows the service provider to review the order. Yeah, the order. Orders a service to let's say with let's say with deadline, right? Well, I was like hoping you had a good night because I saw you yesterday. So that's what I mean. I know it's 11:30. Well, it's 8:30 in the morning with us. I'm UTC +2. You must be UTC +4 then. So it's midday. So you woke up hours ago. I did so an hour ago, I think. Right. Right. So we have the service provider issues a smart contract, and we're going to call this contract. Let's call it purchase. We're going to call it purchase, right? For the buyer, purchase order. Purchase. Anyway, purchase. Deadline. Why do I have a deadline is one word. Okay. And allows us to review the purchase order, the order. Okay. I see your idea for today. My problem is rather simple. Well, my idea for user interface doesn't work with some Android widgets, and Stack Overflow doesn't seem to have an answer, which is, yes, it is amazing in itself. So you actually stumbled upon something unique. You have a unique idea, because otherwise I always think that there is, whatever I think of, somebody else has thought of it already. Can't help you in chat. Well, I can't help you at all because I don't do Kotlin. But I hope you can figure out. So when you say that it can't work with Android widgets, you mean like some native? I mean some components that are already on your phone, or how do you mean? Okay. Yeah, that's narrow. Potentially too narrow for me, unfortunately. Yeah, I got you. Like the things that the standard library provides, right? That's weird. Again, I don't know much about Kotlin, unfortunately. Otherwise, I'd love to help, and I'd love to learn more about it at some point. But there's a time and place for everything in life, I guess. Right. Is right. So once we have reviewed that order, let's have a look at what this guy is doing. Right. We do not want to look for any best shipping, but we do want to send the order price, right? Like the and right. So we can actually copy this one. We can just steal, right? Borrow. So we're gonna use this. The service provider sends the order price, and the buyer, right? The buyer receives this through perhaps not price sent, but rather initiated. Could we call it a quota? Is quota sales quota? Is that an expression? I think it's like in sales process. Quota. A sales quota is a target sales reps are but what, like, let me just translate that from Swedish. Translate, and if I just do offer, is that offer or tender? Right, we can call it a tender. Right, we can call it a tender, not a quota, tender. Right, so called tender. Right, so because we will now, and a tender can be a tender can be presented, or can be presented, accepted, or I guess it could be also rejected, right? So I would say that if a buyer presents a tender or a price, right? Order price, and order, is it an order price? Anyway, an order price can be presented. So order price would be, or perhaps just price, can be so I can, as a service provider, I can present a price, the presented by the service provider, accepted or rejected, and accepted or rejected by the buyer. Right. I'm wondering if I'm not including too much logic here for a very simple use case. Anyway, at some point we want the if they with a deadline, so with a deadline by orders with what did we yeah, using on at, can you say at? I don't know if this is as this, right. So okay, so at this point, so if it's accepted, you know, the buyer, you know, accepts or rejects the price, accepts or rejects the price, and then we say if accepted, if price is accepted, accepted the purchase. Well, the service provider issues an invoice. The service provider, right? If price is accepted, the service provider issues an invoice. And I guess the if we have an invoice, then like event invoice sent. Can we say that? I'm not sure about the naming actually yet. Right. Allows the buyer to review it, view and process the invoice. Right. Okay, so damn it, send invoice sent. Right. So the next thing is that the buyer pays. Buyer transfers the funds to smart contract. Too smart. Well, and this is the question mark here, right? Who's receiving the money? So here in this case, performs a safe payment, right? Right. Performs the safe payment. Now the question is what F the safe payment is in this context, right? But I guess it's transfer of the bitcoins. Now, but in my case, what if we don't want to use bitcoins? What if we want to pay in a different way? But we could. I would say we need to, because they can purchase bitcoins if they don't have any, to an equivalent of the amount that we want to, right, to work on. Right. Let's do perform safe payment, right? Perform safe payment, right? Let's just think about this later. Okay, so what would be the next step? Right, so at this stage, the courier after deliver the order to the retailer makes an order is delivered. Right, so basically here at this stage, we want to say that the service provider works, performs the work, the job, the service, right? And delivers it. Delivers the result, and hands over the result or deliverable result, right? Deliverable result, and that would be an event delivered, right? And then so 7, buyer accepts the delivery. So the delivery can be you know, either delivered by or by can be delivered by service provider and accepted or rejected by buyer. Right. So if it's right. So if we are rejecting it, that would be the sad path, right? But let's say that the buyer accepts the delivery, and finally, the smart contract pays out. Right. That would be the last thing. Right? And what can go wrong here, right? There's a lot of things that could go wrong. But I think that if we look at it this way, no, we can't look at it this way. Well, we can turn off the chat. Right. So, service provider issues a smart contract that we call a purchase. I don't know if we're going to call it a purchase. We might rethink this. For the buyer. Buyer orders a service. Or, yeah. So, buyer orders a service, for example, 10 hours of software development with a deadline. Well, we haven't dealt with the deadline yet at the smart contract. Let's actually not talk about the deadline yet, because that adds a lot of complexity, I think. So let's just put this in hard brackets as a question mark. An event triggered initiated is triggered and allows the service provider to review the order. Right, and so review the order, and so again, even here, I would say an purchase and an order. So we should call it an order probably. Right, an order can be accepted or rejected, I think. So we're probably gonna trigger some events on this motherfucker too, actually, you know. The service provider sends the order price, you know. The service provider accepts the order. Well, it does now. It doesn't have to accept it, because no, actually, the next step. Yeah, let's remove that, because the next step will be a tender, right? So we got this. I don't have to accept it or reject it, but I can just send off a tender to my buyer. And then we have an issue called price, right? And that the buyer accepts and rejects the price. The price is accepted, and the service provider issues an invoice. We have a thing called invoice sent. Right. Then we have transfers the funds. Right, that's going to be a big question mark for us, of course. Service provider performs the service and hands over the deliverable result. Event delivered, and the delivery can be delivered by and accepted. Right. So I wonder if we have too much info on this and all of this, but okay, let's see if we can get this thing of the ground. All right, that is the flow for now. Let's get started with some coding somewhere. I mean, we need to get started with something. Right, so we're gonna go with Hardhat. And so we are on the testing workshops, right? And we will create a new folder. mkdir. First of all, I'm going to check out the git status. I'm alright, so I'm going to check out the new branch, and I'm going to do this purchase order contract. Right, and we're gonna say we're gonna create a new folder, and we're gonna say basic smart contract. Right, basic smart contract. Let's call it basic smart contract. Okay, and then just cd into this. Right, and then pop this open in our editor like this. Just keep it out here for now. No, actually we can make this bigger, and we can open up a terminal here and turn this off, make this bigger, and we're gonna say npx hardhat. Right, let's see. You need to install the following packages. Right, I wonder if I should have done the npm init or yarn init, sorry. So we don't know. Let's just say yes to this one. I should have probably installed it in as a global dependency, but this seems to be working anyway. So let's create an empty hardhat config. I've done this at least once before, so I know that if we create a sample project that will give us some other stuff. We probably don't want to do that. Let's just create an empty hardhat config. Right. You need to install Hardhat locally to use it. Please run right Hardhat 221. That's okay. We can do that. But before we do that, let's have a look at the package JSON. Right. So the name. Let's call it a name. Purchase order. Oh, sorry. Yeah, purchase order. Purchase order, right. And we're gonna use yarn, so we can do yarn add this. Let's see what that does for us. Okay. So we have that, and can we do Hardhat help? First of all, we can spell it. Probably npx. Right. Global options. We have a config file. Use emoji in messages. Okay. Show this message or task help with names max memory. Right. Network. Show the network to connect to. I know that. Right. Compile node run test. Okay. Run Mocha tests. Okay. So let's see what does the config look like. So this one says Solidity 073, and if I look a little bit into my own um, right. Right. Hardhat waffle. So one thing that we probably want to add a few other libraries. Let's see if they have this, like compiling, setting up a project. Let's say setting up a project. What if I want to go, like, to create an empty project? Because I just, you can select create a sample project. Right. These are the default path for Hardhat project for test scripts. If you need to change this path configurations, testing. Right. Scripts. So an empty file didn't create any, an empty project didn't create any default settings for me at all. Let's pull this up. Right. Yes. Yes, we need to install these. So we want to install these three. And no, actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right. Hardhat waffle, Ethereum waffle, chai, nomad, and Hardhat ethers and ethers. Okay. So we want to add that to our project. So we're just going to say yarn add, and these are not, well, these are dev dependencies actually. So we're just going to say -d. Right. Right, but are they really dev dependencies? Right, okay. If you say so, I'm going to trust you. Waffle check. But I think that, I wonder if this is actually a dev dependency. Perhaps it is. Okay. Okay. Perhaps it is. Perhaps it's just me not knowing how this works. Okay. So we got that one off the ground. And we got this. If you take a look at the Hardhat config, you can find the additional task accounts. For the accounts, yeah, I can read. I can output all the accounts on the whole thing, right? Yeah, on the that is created for me on the test network, but I don't necessarily need to be doing that, I guess. Let's think about it. I don't think I need to do that. We can get back to this later. But I do see that he is requiring something. npx hardhat accounts. Okay, that would be the task. Okay. Compiling your contract. Now if you take a look at the contracts, you should be able to agree to solve. I don't want to do the agree to solve. But I guess that I need to create those files that are in the contracts folder. So I probably need to create a contracts folder. But I'm gonna create a file that is called contracts and I'm gonna say purchase dot sol, because it's a Solidity contract. Right. Hej, god morgon, god morgon. Hur är det? Har du sovit gott? Jag ska ta en paus snart, jag ska bara. Det är här får du ställa dig här om du vill. Hej. Det sitter lite folk och tittar på mig nu. Nej, de syns inte för de är bara på chatten just nu. Puss. Jag älskar dig. Puss. Hej så länge. Right. So. Right. In the greet. Right. So I'm gonna call this. And I call it purchase. Right. So I'm thinking, like, the Solidity is in version something like not 7. So let's go over here, and it says 073. I think I could move this up to 083, and this could potentially give me a warning. I think I remember something about the warning, and we also gonna do I'm gonna add a few settings here. So for instance, I'm just gonna say paths, and the paths will be the artifacts, and that would be in source artifacts, and then we will have more about networks, and the networks will be a very simple one. I'm just gonna say Hardhat, and this one will have a chain ID. And I know in my previous project we used 1337, so I'm going to use 1337 here as well. See if that has any bearing on anything whatsoever. And we want to create another file. It's going to be a test file, so I'm going to say paste it in the test folder, and I'm going to say purchase .test.js. Right. And then what else? So we had the script. We had a scripts folder. What would we have? A scripts folder. And what is in the scripts? Yeah, in the scripts we want to have a deploy JS. Right? So I'm going to create a new file, and we're going to call it scripts deploy .js. Right. Deploy JS. Right. Right. So here, in order to deploy this, I'm gonna say, yep. Oh, const hardhat equals require hardhat. Right, and here we want to create a main function, so we want to say function, actually an async function, and we want to call this function main. This is a little bit according to the documentation, and then here we want to say there is something called contract factory, but I'm not sure whether, well, okay, so we're going to say const purchase equals Hardhat ethers get contract factory, and the factory we want to get will be the purchase. And then the next thing we want to do is to perhaps we should call it purchase order. No, okay, anyway, so const, this one is can be called purchase issued purchase, no, purchase order equals await. Well, this one needs to be await asynchronous, right? Await, and here we say await purchase, and then we deploy. And we will not pass in any arguments yet to the deployment at this point. And so we just want to invoke the main function, and then we just want to we want to have a then and catch block like this. In the then block, we just want to exit the process, and we exit this with a 0, which is good. And then here we just grab the error and we want to process exit with a 1, which means an error, but before that we want to console log console error the error. Right. That's what I want to do. That's what I want to do on this one. And this is a little bit of config. We're just grabbing the purchase order, and then we just, yeah, we want to say await purchase order deployed, and then perhaps yeah, so we can just console log and we can say purchase order was deployed to, and then just, you know, purchase order dot address. Can we say that? Yeah. Let's say that. Let's say that. Right. This is a very straight up function that pretty much, you know, yeah. The whole thing is this. Nothing else is interesting here, I would say. Okay. So let's write a bit of a test. We haven't written any code yet, but we're going to try to test, kind of drive this. So here we want to say at a constant expect is required from chai equals required from chai, like this, and then we want to get the waffle thing from Hardhat. Right, so const waffle is is imported from Hardhat as well. Right, we don't want the whole thing, but should that be Hardhat waffle? I don't know. I am actually not sure at all. Right. Right. So let's create like a buyer, and so I know that we have a provider by then. So what if we just create two constants, and those constants will be the service provider and a buyer. Nej, inte alls. På Espanol. Ah, schysst. Från Latinamerika. Ja. Schysst. Okay, cool. Right, so we have this waffle provider, right? And we're just gonna use the get wallets because we get I think we get 10 wallets when we create things, so we can say get wallets, and that should give us both the provider and the thing, right? So let's see if we can add a describe block, describe init, and then we just gonna describe the purchase contract, and here is expected to deploy, to be deployed with us, let's say with a signer, right? Let's start small, and so so I'm just gonna call this one like a subject, like const subject equal, and we will say now well, if I'm using no, actually I'm gonna set that this is an async function, right? Asynchronous function, and I'm gonna move this guy. The subject would be await, and we want to create a subject here, so we're gonna say waffle deploy contract, and we're gonna deploy that by the service provider, and the contract will be the purchase, but we need to import it first. So we're gonna say const purchase equals, and we want to get that. Where do we want to get this from? We want to get this one from right, require we want to require this from source. Well, no, it's going to be dot. We don't have anything like that. No, so we're just gonna do, okay, so source and then artifacts contracts, and we're gonna call this we're gonna get this purchase dot sol purchase.json. That's where I think my thingy will be deployed to. Let's see. And at this stage, again, we haven't written any code yet. So, right. So here we can just say expect subject, which will be this thingy, and we want the signer address to equal du får ta dem, älskling. Du får ta dem. And that would be the service provider. Hold on a second. Service provider address. Right. That's yes. Push. Är det för att du får alla chipsen? Är det för många pussar nu, tycker du, eller? Okej. Okay. All right. Yes. So basically, if we issue this thing, we should have this this thing working for us. Right. So let's run the test. Let's see. I did type something somewhere. Yeah, no, it's okay. So Hardhat test. Let's see what that does for us. All right. So npm, npx. Right. Good stuff. Cannot find this module. No. That's perfectly fine. So let's see if we can go to the purchase sol. Right. And here we want to say pragma solidity and then soli. Right, and then we're just gonna use this 8083, right? Why are you giving me an error? You should not give me an error. We also need to import Hardhat console sol. Do we have anything like? Perhaps I need to add that. Right. Can we do that? I'm just Hardhat console.sol like this, and then we're just gonna do a very basic thing here. I think I figured my riddle out. The component that was not working as I wanted to is in fact a wrapper around the thing that will probably work properly in my case. Plus somehow I'll be less complex regarding that flow. Yeah, that sounds awesome. Too much to work is in fact a wrapper around the thing that will probably work properly. Okay, good progress then. Contract purchase, right? And I will just really just give this very thing here. Yeah, let's just do this. I mean, really, this is the lowest hanging fruit here. So let's do npx Hardhat test again. So this guy actually requires me to have the semicolons, right? Ah, so it cannot compile with without the semicolons. Okay. Okay. So let's create. Is there a source folder? Well, we don't have a source. Right. This is. Yeah. Ah. So I need to rename this guy to this. Right, and then I need to change that in my config like this. Well, like this. Right, so mea culpa, configuration issues. Configuration issues. Now got something else. Cannot find this. We can check this one out. Contracts. Purchase sold. Artifact contracts. Oh, because it misspelled that. So typos, people. There you go. Typos. So we go to the test and we say contracts here and not contacts. All right, let's give it another shot. Purchase sold. Well, that should actually work. So contracts. Okay, so let's just see. So we need to do yes, of course. Now we will get the right thing here. This one. Okay, let's see if we can get this thing off the ground. Okay, cannot read property provider of undefined. Awesome. Cannot read property provider. And that is because we are not including this Hardhat thing. But I don't even think we should have this. Let's see if I comment this one out, because I don't need, I don't think I need to get that. Waffle is not defined. Right. 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 I know I got this to work somehow, but let's see if we can run these tests directly in my runner here. So let's create a JSON file. We're gonna just do Node.js like this, and here we have args and PV open the session. Right, so I have this my configuration that worked here. So let's just change this. No program, but rather this. Right, I've used this before, so I can run this myself. So let's run. If we go over to and stop. So the reason why I want to run this from within my VS Code is because then now I can debug this much better. So let's see if we can figure out if Waffle is available to us all together. So let's do this. Processes exited with that. Awesome. Thank you. That was not what I was hoping for. Really? Waffle is not defined, but we are defining waffle. We just opened this up. Waffle is not defined. Why are you saying this to me? Right. Packet JSON. Okay, let's add this. So I forgot to. So let's just add scripts here, and I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna just right. Now we are cannot read property provider of undefined. I understand that. So we're back in business on this, but I did ask you to stop the execution here, so I perhaps need to do it in the one step above. Really? So let's comment this guy's out, and then so here we are. So let's have a look. What is waffle? It's undefined, but I did require this from here. Right. So perhaps I need to require something else. Perhaps I need to require the Hardhat waffle. Let's have a look, because there must be some sort of a documentation about this. Testing with ethers, JS, and waffle. So do I think so. Is this what I don't have? Like if I don't have that on my config JSON, right? So what if I do this, and now stop this, run this again, right? So what is waffle now? Yay! Okay, but that's not really. Can we do waffle provider? Do we have a provider on waffle now? Yes, we do. And so we do get wallets. And we have 20 wallets. Okay, progress, folks. So let's release this guy. Let's stop this. Let's uncomment this line of code. And let's run. Waffle is still not defined. Is it because I need to wait for this? Of course. No. We still get waffle is not defined. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? This shouldn't be happening to me. Right. So let's put another debugger here. Yes. So what is the service provider? Yeah, we got it. Okay, so let's step forward. Mocha prototype. Yeah, we know all of this. Let's just... Oh, really? What am I doing? Something in the wrong sequence, or... So again, let's just get this, because I think I already have that. Let's see, what else do we get here? Okay, how come I get this waffle is not defined, whereas I know that this one is actually being run? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Right, let's have a look. So if waffle is here, yes, it is here. And we have the deploy contract, you know, all of this stuff, right? So what if, where am I failing? Where am I failing? Am I failing because I'm doing this off? Okay, so let's move this into the describe block. So perhaps I don't need this await here. Is that what I want, or what? Right. Okay, so now we need to have the service provider, which we have. Okay, let's have a look at the subject, and it's a pending, right? So because we can't promise state, there's an undefined, so we need to wait for this to happen. So that's why we need to say await. Let's have a look again. And now the motherfucker says that waffle is not defined. What the fuck? Okay, so let's stay here then. Waffle is not defined. Why? So what if I do a wait here? Can I? So I thought, so okay, let's then open this one up. Now I really don't understand, because sometimes it's, and we still get waffle is not defined. Wow. What are we doing, folks? What are we doing? What are we doing? Okay, so again, yeah, right, create. In global extend disclosure, expect service provider subject is undefined. Oh, I wasn't prepared for that kind of problem. So I wasn't prepared for that kind of problem. So let's have a look. What could possibly go wrong with the waffles thing? Uh, Tip: there's no need to require either or, as Hardhat already does it. Okay, testing. Ethers get content, right? But this ethers get contract factory. Greet to equal from a different account. So do I have ethers? Get signers. So we have right. Artifacts build. Deploy. Right, exactly. Waffle. I should require this, right? And now when testing is a standalone waffle setup, you should use a different path from waffle. Right. Right, so that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm importing this guy here. And I'm getting this provider, but without, running it. And then I should be able to get those things. But perhaps I shouldn't be doing that then. Perhaps I shouldn't be doing that. But I'm not sure. And when I'm not sure, that's a bit of a problem, isn't it? Well, okay, let's just get this one here. So do I do a sync here? Right, let's run this way then. I know, I think yes, okay, I think I got it. Okay, so I need to get this into like a before block or something, before each. Okay, before each, we need this into a before each block. Okay, so we need to set this constant here. Right. And now I think now we're up and running. Because now we're failing for the right purpose. Right reason. Well, subject is not defined now. Well, right, so we just want to say something like this. Let's see. And now we got this passing. Okay, so let's just see if we can design a So subject signer, let's have a look. What is the subject signer? That's this wallet, and we have the address. It ends at FB922, and the service provider address is also that. Sorry. FB, right, okay. So if we just change that to, if this is a buyer, that should fail for us. Yay, we have a first test passing. This one should fail. If this one goes red or green, then we're a problem. Now, okay, good. Because now the signer is not the thing. Okay. So, right. Yay. After an hour of, no, not hour, but a 40 minutes of struggling with this, we get to, with a, by a signer, deployed by, with a signer, by a signer, by a signer. I don't know if that's the, but okay, we have the contract now at least set up. Okay, so right. Right. Okay, so I need to think about the next thing. So we want to say that it is expected to have a service provider, and it is also expected to have a buyer. Right. So we probably want to say expect subject service provider to EQL. I think I'm going to just go with a softer one. It's going to be the service provider, and a very similar thing here is to have a buyer to equal buyer, right. And purchase, right. So we're gonna say, we're just gonna pass in buyer being the buyer address. Well, I don't know how see, that's my limited knowledge or in understanding of smart contracts. That's what comes in here. Right, but we will now address. We were gonna pass this in, and then we were just gonna say buyer address, right? So buyer address, and then right, and now we want to run, actually I just want to run this only, and let's run this one on 21. Right. Args are not iterable. Right, args are not iterable. Okay. that's the thing. Right. So let's have a look at. So we want to. Right, right, right. Buyer address. Right. So. Um, right. So we need to go into this. Can we set a debugger in the constructor? Can we do that? Can we do that? Purchase sol. Right. So. So let's say can we say address buyer address it's gonna be a public thing. Do we have that public buyer address? And we probably need this semicolon as always. Right, but let's just create a constructor. And can we just do args? Can we? Oh. And then just set it. Is this even possible? No, we don't do that here. Constructor. Why can't I set a debugger here? That's not possible. No, it's not possible. Right. Right, before each hook for each expect. Args are not, args is not. Okay, so we're gonna have to take a look at a deploy contract. That's waffle deploy contract, right? So let's have a look. Waffle deploy contract. Deploying the contract. Recognize waffle JSON. Build waffle. But how do we deploy the contract? Deploy contract. Here we are. Right. So. And is that, why is that an array? Okay, why is that an array? I don't know why that is an array. So, but we can try that. Oops. So this would be like. So we want to pass in this address here. Right. So let's see. too many arguments. Okay. Too many arguments. Okay, so let's say here we want to say address. But why do we have so let's we need to let's see, so Solidity constructor. We need to get the constructors tutorials point. No, I don't want to go to tutorials point. Constructors. No, well, that's the wrong documentation. We want to go to okay, so we want to go to the latest one. It's 8.4 actually. Okay, so constructors. Right, contract based constructor u int. The constructors of the base contract will be called quality. Right, can the derivative space. Yeah, so okay, so I need to get this up and into my thing here, and then here I can just add this from 7 to 9. Okay, gotcha. And so I know that this is 78084, so I probably can just change that to 084 like this. Okay. All right, and then you just uint. So these are data types, right? So can we just get some data types thing? Uint. Okay, so data types. Encoding and types. Hej. Yes, jag ska gå. Vad sa du? Ja, 9.52. Vill du sätta på kaffe idag? Det finns nya filter. Snälla. Okej, jag fixar det sen då. All right. So, okay, all right, so this is exactly, so I'm just gonna say, so in my, here I'm gonna say address public, and then I say address do I have to say like memory? Do I have, I don't, memory, and then Boyer address, buyer address. Why is this an error? Okay, so okay, and so we can just say buyer address equals buyer address, and then cool. Right. Okay, so let's see if we can run our test now. Buyer address. Expected function to deeply equal this, but that's another error. So this what I need to do? Okay, because that's a okay. Blah, blah, blah. Let's have a look. Now we exited with. Are we still on this one? Expected. Okay, so let's stop the execution here. And for for any viewers, we are today I'm diving into smart contracts, and I have this idea to build a contract where a buyer, a service provider, and a service provider and a purchaser can meet and kind of. Apparently, I already have this open somewhere. Oh, there it is. Right, so I can just close this one. Come on, give me a fucking break here. There we go. Right, where somebody that has sells some services and a purchaser or a buyer can meet and purchase some services, and this is like a stream in my ongoing series of streams where we actually run some testing, perhaps even test-driven approach, and I've been doing a few other streams on that, regarding unit tests, acceptance tests, and so on. But I thought that this morning I will push myself a little bit to the limit, because I have no fucking clue of what smart contracts is all about, and I'm learning. So this is more of a learning session. Haven't made much progress yet, but at least I am getting into it a little bit, at least. So I have the contract deployed, and we have the buyer address. But that's not really happening for me. I thought that if we pass this into the address using the deploy thing, that would actually do it for us, but it doesn't. It does not. So we need to go back to the drawing board and figure out how we can deploy contracts, running to deploy. Deploy contract basic token. That's here. This guy's wallet address. I need to go more into the deploy contract function here, actually. Migrate fixtures, basic testing, getting starting. My library, link library consumer country. This is like an empty. Oh, here we are. Basic token mock. Right. Accounts. Ganache. Not sure what this does. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna have to take a very short break. And it's basically a bathroom break, people. That's what it is. So I'll be with you in a few minutes. All right, folks, I will gonna have to take a 5 minute break. Because I need to get some coffee going for my wife, and it is Sunday, so we need to be nice to our people that we live with, and so serving coffee in bed is important. So there will be a 5 minute break. See you soon. All right, we're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. Okay, so probably need to get the music up and running, right? Where's my music? Well, it's not much of music, but it's a little soothing background stuff. Right. You have my 1 million TDD. That's awesome. I did manage to send it back, send it over to you. Nice to see you again. How have you been? Let's see. Oh. Are you back now? I was just saying, nice to see you again. Let's see if we can get this right. You're back. Okay, gotcha. So how nice to see you back on my stream. I'm back at trying to work a little bit with my attempts to build smart contracts. And let's see. Right. So I need to copy this to my clipboard and send my address over to you. This is my address. So if you want to return those TDTs, Thomas something tokens, then feel free to do that. On the Roopstin test network, absolutely. Awesome, that's great. So I did the first attempt for me to send it over to you was unsuccessful. I remember we did that in the stream, and then when I was playing around with that, I actually managed to send this off. So nice to see you back. Okay, so this is the transaction. Let's see if we can see that. The transaction has been included and will be reflected in a short while. There it is. Status success. Contract. This is the contract. No value, no transaction. Well, there is some sort of transaction fee. And let's have a look at the contract itself. There it is. Transactions, the contract is this. Events, no matching events. Awesome. Let's see what this mean. Okay. But anyway, this means that I should have my... Yeah, I have 1 million tokens. Awesome. Thank you very much, Obsidian. Thank you very much. Wow, we did manage to get something done here. I managed to deploy tokens into the Roopstin test network. That here comes the cash. Yes, it did. We're in the money, folks. We're in the money. That's great. All right. So what I'm doing today is to build. I'm attempting to build in a kind of test-driven way a small contract. Oh yes, of course, those TDDs will be worth millions, billions actually. of whatever, you know. But anyway, so what I'm trying to do is to build a small purchase order contract, um, and where we are, you know, trying to sell some goods or services, actually services. You know, a service provider issues a smart contract for a buyer, and the buyer orders a service. For instance, 10 hours of software development, right? And I was considering having a deadline and so on to have more business rules. And then, you know, we get all of the other things that should happen in the relationship between a buyer and a seller. But I am on another level at the moment. Well, I'm at the level where I want to, in my tests, deploy a contract, and I get this to work, this first thing to work, but now I want to send off the buyer address. And for some reason, well, I know the reason. The reason is I don't know how to do it, but I can't pass in that address. And my contract looks like this. We have an address, which is a public thing, and we are receiving that address. And I was like under the impression that this is how I should write this, but apparently it's not the case, because I'm getting I'm getting an empty object. I don't even know why this is an object, to be honest. So perhaps I am passing in the wrong thing here. Perhaps I should be passing in the buyer. Let's try that. No, that can't be it. No. What, can I see like an error message or something? No. Let's have a look. That's why I was researching or looking at no, this is not. That was not that. There it is. Basic testing. Right. So deploying chime matches, creating wallets, deploying contracts. Wallet to send the deployed transaction, contract information, ABI, and bytecode contract constructor arguments. Right. Can you guys hear some music in the background, or is it just me talking? Just let me know in chat. But so they are sending off. Okay, you hear music, good stuff. Why can't I? Right. So they are sending off an empty array here. You need to use a fully qualified name as a second parameter of the link function path to the file. Yeah. By a colon. Yes, but what chime matches? Do I have to like mock the contracts? Mocking your smart contract dependency. Oh, that's a dependency. Okay, that's configuration. No, what is ENS? Creating a simple ENS for testing with ENS. What the fuck is an ENS? Okay, so that's really not what I wanted. I want to. So I have the wallet. All of this is good. create empty wallet. I can do it. But deploy contract. That's the way. Wallet address. So apparently, according to me, this one would pass in. So what if I just pass in some sort of no, you know what? Let's Google this. Waffle deploy contract. SolidityDeveloper.com. Right, let's see. Yes, ethers, waffle testing. You can use it, right, greeter, deploy. But I know this, I'm past, I thought I was past greeter, perhaps I'm not past greeter. Matching helpers, publish big numbers, events. Right, deploy contract. Yeah, and so apparently this should be the argument, right? This should be definitely the argument. Yeah, and mock greeter, yeah, so he is passing this off. Greeter. That's the greeter. Public. Do I need to say public on this? It's a modifier from what I understand. Is that what's missing from my use greeter? Memory returns string memory. Is that what we're doing? So oh, this is I shouldn't have to do that. That's that's enough. Why can't I put debuggers here? Why cannot put debuggers? Let's see Solidity. Let's see Solidity debug. Language that's installed. PHP Solidity. Lua Visual Debugger. Extension for Lua. No. There we go. Thank you. Yes. Okay. So let's install. While this is installing, the test file looks like this. So I'm getting .NET Core SDK is required for this. Really? Okay. No. We don't want to download the entire .NET thing. No, that's not gonna fly. Why would that be required? That's not gonna fly. I can't. I mean, they want me to download the entire .NET framework, and that's not gonna fly with me. I mean, how big is it? Okay, I can download it. It's 150. Oh fuck! I don't know. Really not sure about this. Let me check my memory. Use password. Tadeusz? Här, kan du kolla här? Kan du kolla här? Vad säger du? Du måste tvätta din mun först. Ha? Då syns du. Så kan du säga, vinka till mina kompisar. De vinkar tillbaka. All right. Det vet ju. So, right, let's move to, let's see if this worked now. Right, let's, yeah, so basically I'm getting, grabbing some wallets from the waffle provider, and I'm deploying this contract and just passing this in. Right, but that's not gonna fly, I don't want to write them in C#. I want to be able to set a debugger here, which apparently I can now. Okay, well actually this wasn't possible before I installed this, so yeah, let's run the test again. No. Well, that didn't. Why is this not? Yeah, so that didn't really kick in, and I am at this point in my test environment, which is like, so I do have the subject, right? Okay, thank you. And what else do I have? I have the buyer address is being set. Subject buyer address. Whoops. And that returns. Aha, it's an async function. Okay. So this might, well, don't get your hopes up, Thomas. Don't you get your hopes up. This debugger didn't help me at all, unfortunately. So how about, wait, need to make this async. Let's see if that works. Yay. Okay, now we're back in business. So let's just, okay. So let's just let buyer address equal this, and then we just say buyer address. So I just want to halt the execution to see if I actually get something here. So it was async, apparently. So the buyer address is this, and the buyer address is also this. Okay, all right. Quit. Not quit, sorry. This is not the right thing. Okay, I think I'm getting a hang of this. So it's, well, so we will save the service provider. So the service provider will also be an address. So we can just pass No, we don't need to. Can we get the signer? Right. So let's go to this one, and so we will say await service provider address to equal service provider address. I don't even think we should perhaps have that one, but let's see if we can get this to work. Right, so this one should fail for us now. Right. And now if we go to purchase sol, and then we just say address public service provider address, and here we want to say that the service provider address equals, but we don't want to pass this in. We want to set that as the signer. So is there, like, can I say this signer address? Is this even relevant? Right. Boom. Right. Solidity get signer in constructor. No, so I can't. I have. Let's just put this like this first. No, so I have. Why would that not be? Expected type address. Can I just say string? Right. So I can't debug in tests. In tests I have no problems. But the problem is that I can't set debuggers here, right? So can we say like Hardhat debug? No. Is there anything for Waffle? So Waffle is the testing framework, from what I understand, right? Gav du mamma kaffet? Okej. Är du mätt? Okej. 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 Yeah, I don't think it can understand breakpoints in sol files. That's the thing. But it's okay. We can probably. Well, yeah. Well, perhaps right. Perhaps it's ethers. That didn't help us a lot. There's just some sort of a debugger of that. So right. Okay. Right. Let's forget about that. But the question now that is in my focus is like, can I set the service provider address to the guy that is is issuing this thing? So I need to see if I can get the signer. Let's see, Solidity by vote. There's a structure, so we will use structures later, I guess. Message. Oh, it would be sender. So it would be the sender. But why is this? Where does message in this case come from? Why can't I zoom in anymore? Why is this? Whoa. Sender. What? Give right to vote address. Okay, so that's a delegate address to public voter storage. That's not interesting. Proposal. Bytes and name, short name of 32 bytes. Address delegated, person delegated to. You vote, index of the voter proposal. Bytes, that's chairperson, address chairperson. Right. Memory proposal. What is message? Message sender. Message. Could that what? What is MS? What is message? Sender. Is message something that is built into each contract? Let's see if that is the case. If that is the case, then that test should what? Pass? An error occurred. Line 18. In the purchase test 18. Purchase test 18. Service provider address. So perhaps it needs to be an address then. Could we could, well, no. So what do we have on the sender? Do we have any methods on the sender? Oh, let's not making much of progress. Await subjects. Oh yes, of course, because I need to call. Yeah. Oh shit! Now I don't know. No. But what error? Because oh fuck. Damn it. Har mamma bett om mer mjölk? Inte lite. Okay, I'll be right back, guys. Okay. All right. So I guess we have two passing tests at this point. So it is deployed by a signer. So let's see if we can just get rid of this address thing and see if this is like an object. Yeah. And so we want the address being stored and the buyer address being stored. So that's okay. So let's just refactor this so we have a slightly shorter syntax. So okay, so apparently what I've managed to do is to set two values, at least, you know, who the service provider is and who the buyer is, and learn what did I learn along the way, that you have the message sender. Okay, thank you very much for that. Let's see if we can get some other things, and that we want to create an event, and the event that I want to issue, not this is not interesting. Let's see. Right, so so it's issues is right. So issues a smart contract for the buyer. Okay, that's okay. So buyers orders a service. So now I want to initiate. I'm gonna call it initiate. Yeah, can I call it initiate? Right. And I can, so for instance, like let's go to the test, and so describe uh, um, buyer can initiate the ordering, the purchase process. Right, so let's just say that in a before block, that's before each, let's say that before each, and that will be an async, I guess, but I'm not sure. We want to get the subject, initiate. Let's just call it initiate. And we want to send right, we want to just say, we're gonna pass in an object, and he will say, oh sorry, let's just call it like service software development, for instance, and then amount. I don't know if this is relevant at all, but we want to say 10 hours, or in unit hours, age, something like that. This one, too many rights. So we want to initiate this thing, and it is expected to do what? To set contract status to initiated, for instance. And so right, so that would be that, and then another thing is expected to set contract purpose to contract. No, let's get the require service to software development. I don't know. Right, or something like that. I don't know. Right. So let's just try shit out here. We want to do this, and so I just want to say expect subject. Actually, I'm going to rename this to contract and then status. Right, so we're just going to await for this. To equal initiated. We probably want to use some sort of an enum for this. Right, and actually, yeah, I'm going to change this to contract because that name is better. Is better suited for the purpose of my thing. So we're just gonna do only this one, and we want to run this. This should fail for us because we have no function initiate. Contract initiate is not a function, right? So if we go to the console here and then we just say function initiate, and we want to allow this initiate thing to be a public function, and this will return. I wonder what the view modifier is in Solidity. Let's see, because I've seen this before. So let's just go to the latest documentation. View is it a modifier even? It's a decorator. So function modify view. Function modifiers. There's a cheat sheet. Oh right. Let's have a look at the cheat sheet. For functions, disallow modification of state. This allows modification of state or access of state. Payable. We should probably set this as a payable thing. Immutable virtual function functions and modifiers allows the function to modify behavior to functions or modifiers behavior. Do we have like a status thing? No, we don't. Can only be message called via this function. Okay. I think it's yeah, because so I was thinking that the guy that will initiate this will have to be the buyer, right? So we're probably gonna have to have some sort of a fallback. The question is whether the initiate should be separate from the constructor, and I'm thinking that we probably need to check whether this is the actual buyer that is initiating this contract this entire process. But let's just set this for now like this, and then yeah, that's where I would like to have a debugger here, because I would like to. So this would be on probably I want this enum status to be what is is that like an array? No, so this is not, probably not an array. Let's see, enums enum types, right? Enum state, create state. enum can be used to create custom types with the infinite set with constant values. Enum. Right. So can I just... Could they be strings? No, they cannot be. Can they be... No. Enum. Enum can be used to create custom types. But I don't want it. No. That's it's gonna be a string. String. Right. No, it's gonna be this. String. Can I say public? Yeah. String. This is just gonna be a string. Enum is something completely different, I guess, right? And so now I can just say, do I have to say this? This status equals initiated. Like a constant? Why is he... He doesn't want to take that. He doesn't want to take that. Let's go with the string for now. Status equal. This is not returning an error for me. Let's see if we can run this test. For me, this should be like this. This should be this. But oh, this... No, return. Return status. Well, that doesn't cut it at all. Returns string. Right, so we got into some issues here too. just loosen up this thing. Cannot override service amount unit. So let's just get rid of this for now. Right. So let's run this again. And let's have a look at the contract, because there must be something like a SETA. There must be like some sort of a SETA value. Buyer address, deploy transaction, initiate service provider status. Static color. Oh, thank you very much for the raid. That's very generous of you. I hope you had a great stream today. I checked in with you earlier this morning. Thanks, awesome. Hope you had a great run and made good progress. I am, for those of you who just joined, which is very nice of you to do and great to have you with us. I am pushing my limits a little bit just to bring you up to speed what we're doing. I decided to dive into uncharted territory, for me at least, and that is smart contracts. I was doing a series of streams on test-driven development, and I covered some unit testing, some acceptance testing, and some other stuff. But today I woke up this morning and got this brilliant idea to explore testing of smart contracts using, blockchain, of course, Hardhat, Ethers.js, and so on. I'm actually not doing React yet. And I came up with this idea that I want to create a contract that allows a seller and a buyer to kind of go through the entire process of purchasing some services. So I identify this service provider and identify a buyer, and we want the buyer to initiate the process of purchasing, let's say, 10 hours of software development. And so I have this flow here regarding things that could potentially happen, and I passed this first step where the service provider issues a smart contract for that particular buyer, and then at this point I am on step 2, where the buyer wants to actually initiate the entire purchasing process. And so let's say that he wants to buy 10 hours of software development, and we want to trigger an event or set a status of the contract to initiate it, and then the service provider can pick it up from there, meaning that he can go through the next step by providing a price, and then all of that stuff is happening, right? But I am like totally new to smart contracts, and Subsidian has been kind enough to help me, and I have UT61A giving me moral and mental support. So if you guys can provide me with any insight, then that would be awesome, of course. And in Isika, thank you for the follow. And uh, LJ Tech, thank you very much for the raid. And I will get at it again, see if we can figure anything out. So I'm running my tests, and I think that if there's any place where tests are relevant, or not only relevant but really necessary, and that is when you work with things like smart contracts. Because if anything goes wrong here, if they are not very well tested, I guess that could lead to some real life implications, like your hard-earned ethers will get lost. You don't want that. So I want to initiate the contract, so I'm invoking this function, and eventually I will pass in some arguments, like what is it exactly that you want to purchase, and what are you asking for. But at this stage, what I'm looking for is that I want to invoke the initiate method or function, and I want this status to be called initiated. Pretty much. Hold on a second. Vad sa du, Thaddeus? Han har fått frukost också. All right. Family is waking up slowly, so yeah, do that and report the findings. You know, I will be pushing this up to GitHub. So if you're interested in taking a peek at what I'm doing, if that can in any way be of help, then definitely check it out and pull it out, and let's see. Oh, sorry. Testing workshop. So git status. Right. Git add everything. Git CIAM, and I'm just gonna say work in progress. Purchase order contract. Adds adds tests or specs for adding buyer, sender, and signer, which is not much, but still we git push origin purchase order contract. Right, so just gonna post the link to my GitHub just in case anyone is in, or we have somebody interested in this thing. Let's see, I think I need to switch over to this. Right, so here's the repository, and we have some other code here, but the one that I'm working on today is the basic smart contract. And why the hell would we have cache? Not sure. Right, I probably missed to exclude something from git ignore, but hey, that's life, right? Right. Tests, purchase tests. Right, so we have this test here. I mean, this is a work in progress, so so the required service would be an object, but let's get to that later. Right. But But let's release this. Let's have a look at this guy. And here apparently we're doing something completely, really wrong. Um, um, we have this string public status. This is a string. I was thinking about enums, and Subsidian had an idea about that, but we didn't really got this to work, unfortunately. So that's a bit of a problem. But what can we do? What can we do? Change. Let's see. Structure of a contract. Let's see events. Right. So we want to trigger this event later on, but that's a different problem, right? Function modifiers. Purchase seller. Address public seller. Modify only seller. Yeah, we will probably do something like this as well later, in order so that only the buyer can do that. State variables at the top. State variable. State variables are variables whose values are permanently stored in the contract stored. See the type section for valid state variable visibility and getters for possible choices. This is interesting. Yes. So in my this would be a state variable, in my opinion, but as a string and not as an integer. Visibility and getters. Let's try that. Wish you could console log in initiate. Yeah, well, we could. Or, if you could put a debugger, right? No, you can't console log. Can you console log? Yes, you can. No. Well, yes, you can. Could we just say this status? No. He doesn't take this at all. Right, let's see. It didn't console log anything. What? Nope. Nope. Neither in debug, nothing here. And contract status. Contract status is undefined. Contract status is not a. What the? Right. All right. Let's see if we can get that into the constructor. Hello, David. How you doing? Good morning. We are fighting an uphill battle here with smart contracts. That makes me feel not that very smart. Can we just console log this or something? No, he doesn't want to. No, no, that's not gonna fly. Alright, so we initiate because console status. Let's run this again. And there are still no. Right, so it's simply it's simply not setting that. We have a getter apparently, because otherwise this would error out saying that this function doesn't exist, and it is set to a. But yeah, so I'm thinking like we should have a setter. Can we setting it so we would just so we just say status equals like deployed, for instance, that would be the first status, right? And so if we run this now, this test should tell us that it's deployed. Come on, give me a break. Yes. Okay, so we know that it has been deployed. That value is set. So that's a good idea. Good idea. And so now the question is there a setter for this? Everything else, perhaps it's not memory. Returns. No. Internal status, because good idea. I think I was doing that, but okay. Okay, now we change a few things. So this now it's yes. Yes. And now the console log, it did the console log. Yes, it did. Okay. Well, this is progress. This is progress. Now the problem with me, for me, is that we changed. Let's see if we can back out of this, return this. Right? I don't think I need this either, but we changed a few things in the tests, in the code and the test. Let's see if now this is also passing. Do you understand? So now we don't know. Right. Okay, but that's okay. Line 20 of your test. Line 28, 28, 28. Well, it just does it, right? Um, but yes, of course. No, I totally agree. I don't need to return anything here, so we can just. Yeah. Exactly, exactly. We can just do this. Right, right. But so the next thing is that I would add another one, and the data type. Could you do object, or is that even a public? No, struct. It's called struct, I guess, right? Right, struct, and then required service equals. Is it? Let's see. There was something about structs here, right? Modifiers. Structures. Right, because I want this struct. But can I set data types here? Mapping, yeah. No. String reverse, string reverse. Struct. And then we will just say required service is a struct. And what was it we used there? We said service. Right, so it will be string service and then amount. No, integer u. Oh, is it uint? Is that what it's called? Amount and then string unit. Right. Why is this? Oh, it's a cooler. No? Right. And then a semicolon here. Okay. So we have this structure, and then this one will accept the required service, and then required service. No? It doesn't accept that? Why not? I need this guy to accept struct data. Function insert data. So can we just do this? Do I have to call it required service like this? Why? Insert data storage. Function remove data storage. What the fuck is storage? The calling contract. No, actually, I don't think that's gonna be a struct. Actually, but no, it should. Could we just do Solidity store data as object? I need to store this data. What is the best way to store and retrieve large data? How does a complex object in the contract? Complex object? It's not very complex, is it? Struct user profile string user ID user profile public profile strict string user ID mapping. You can't pass objects when initiating transactions yet. You can only pass in returns. You have to pass in your data using primitive types and add them to your internal structure. Right. Struct. So you need to take in the primitives and construct the struct yourself. That's what I thought I was doing here, because this guy will take the required service structure, will take service, amount and unit, right? Right. Service will be the name, amount will be like an integer, and unit will start. So I'm thinking that we do this here, right? And on this here, so if we have that string service here. Oh. Okay. Probably could this be like this, because we're doing, no, this should be commas, right? So why is this one giving me an error? Why would this be giving me an error? Oh, there we go, sorry. Right, but now they're giving me these, so could it be that there needs to be semicolons? Oh, it's okay, I should have read it. But they don't want to accept that either. Is it because it needs to be an object like this? No. Right, and how did they do this? No, he just use a public. Oh, perhaps it needs to say required service public required service? No? No, that, well, according to this example that this guy was using, why would this be linking, mapping, add link, profile? No, okay. Let's have a look. Good. Let's just contract C unit X. I just really despise those examples with single letter variables. So just gonna pure internal storage. So I would accept if this like would be like an object. You understand? Like that's not. Oof. Yeah, to take in arbitrary memory. I guess. Still not really on board with that. Let's add linkage. Let's when initiate the transaction. Let's have a look. String other. So yeah, so struct user, and then you have the. But if it's an object, right? Like string. Struct new user an ID public add data. So I mean, so, you know, if we just comment this one and we just say string, can we do something like string and then object? Like, because he did an, and then we just call it data, like this. No, that doesn't fly. So we. No, that's because that's an array. It's not a. No. Required service is this, right? That's struct store, right? Mapping. So mapping. So do I have to add a mapping? Required service. But there is no sense. Oh fuck! It should be a fucking object, right? But there is no such thing. Right. Data location must be memory or call data for parametering function. So if we just say memory, expected type name. Now I think that the string is okay, right? But we need to say memory first. And what? Comma? Is memory like... identifier not found or not unique? And then like a... Oh my fucking god, this is really tough. Let's have a look. But what if we just do this? Like, look. Just tell this. No, because then it must be uniquely identified, right? No, this... No, this should be exactly what we did this. No, this should be... In my opinion, this should fucking work, you know? Yeah. Like this, you mean? Other, so he has the user ID and then other data, string data, new user. Even in the public, in the mapping, all elements are defined. They are just empty by default. So setting this will create a new user. Push the piece of data to a user. Add data. Okay. Oh, you're the man, or woman. I don't know. Wow, cool. Right. Yes. So, which means that we could say required service equals like an empty object to start with, perhaps. or I don't know if we even need that. No, perhaps not. So should we need to set this to public? No. But do we have to say mapping required service? No. Okay. Oh yeah. So right. So now we want to set this required service equals. Can we now do something like service? No, you can't set that. Primary expression. What do you think about this? Let's see what let's see. Right, so we now the question is, we just want to pass in this, right, comma 10 comma h, right, and then like let expected value equals this, and then expect this needs to be an async, and so we do await contract required service service like service to equal software development, right? To equal expected value dot service. Right. Now it's undefined. That's okay. Let's stop the execution and take a look at the object. Yes, of course. Of course. Let's see what we see here. we have required service. Right. Right. Let's just, that will include probably, but let's stop the execution here and see what we get. No, oh shit, so we need to okay, let rs equal this. So our rs should be defined now. Rs wow. Wow. Yeah. Length, service unit, age, but that's really good. We got that. But why can't I use, oh, because it's a big number. Why can't I just say 10? Can I do parse float, parse int? Yeah, so that is a 10. Okay. Okay. Boom. Very good, Subsidian. Very good. Right. So we're just gonna do 0 here. Remove this one. Very good. What? Ah, really? No, sorry. Shouldn't this pass for me now? Yes. 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 So I'm just gonna right. This is fucking amazing. So I can be this right. I can use the global ones, and then I can just do this expected value, and then right required service. Right, so I can just call this like this, expected required service. Right, and then we're just gonna do this is the contract required service amount service amount to 10, and then we're just gonna say 1, and we're just gonna say parse int to equal amount, and then we're just gonna say unit to n string h, and then we're just gonna say to use expensive unit. Right, so I think we should be good on this now. Right, so if we just run This guy. Yes.
Ikväll så ska vi spela ett tag igen. Och man får se ut sina pjäser nu.
Har ni, vem vann nu då?
Nu vann jag och mamma. Men alltså hon hade tre poäng med det där 1-poängkortet. Och jag kunde vinna en gång, men det ville jag inte. Och sen vann jag för att jag fick 3 poängkort. Och jag hade 9 så jag fick 12 och jag märkte inte det.
Good. Oh, good. Good. Okay, so at this point we have a situation where we have this purchase order being deployed, and a buyer can initiate that. So we are initiating that. That's fucking awesome. So buyer can initiate the purchase process, and right, but there's another thing. Just before we part for today, because I think we're running out of time. I want to be in my test environment. I want the sender to be the buyer now. You see, this guy. Because I want to make sure that only that buyer can do this. Do you understand? This is fairly important. I mean, right? Because otherwise, if anybody else that tries to invoke that function, initiate function on this contract that is sent out to a specific buyer, then that should render some sort of an error, right? So we want to in waffle, right? In waffle, use sender abstract queue sender and receiver. Mock contract. So how do we change the sender? Waffle. No, that's not even that. Let's see. It's right there. Yes. So what I do here initially. So thank you for the follow, R4 in 11. Awesome, great to have you with us. We're working on some smart contract development and testing. Now, apparently what happens is that when I deploy the contract initially, then I just pass in the service provider, right? But later on, like definitely in this describe block, I want to switch from the service provider to be the main user and use the buyer, right? So in my test environment, so I need to pretend that I'm logged in with another account or something. So I need to pretend to be the buyer now, right? So right, how can I use because Mocha uses the first one of all those 20 that are being returned to me. So basic, let's see, configuration must be something like a configuration, other configuration files. Usage, no, that's not a chime. Basic, that's compilation. Provider. Right. So can we say Mocha? Oh fuck! I don't even know how to mock provider wallet. But I already have. So I have the provider, and I'm getting the wallets, right? So I have the service provider and buyer wallet, right? So that's why I'm using this here, but I don't. So you think that I need to do a mock provider? Create a mock pro. Let's see. So I would say yeah, mock provider. Like here, you mean? But the question is, how can I make like here in this before block, right? When I do contract initiate, I want the guy, you know, the one who is doing this being the like the wallet needs to be the, you know, it needs to be the other one than this guy. Now initially this is the one, right? And I want to, so can we say waffle change wallet? Can we say that? Waffle change wallet? Well, apparently not that. In test. Waffle allows us to check the changes of the balance of the wallets. Fixture, waffle, right, example smart contracts, function split, right. Compile the contract, test setup. Right, testing, right. So deploy contract mock provider solidity, right. Before each splitter. Deploy contract, that's what I did first, right? So that's the receiver, that's okay, but change balances, expect splitter, split balance. Receiver is splitter, what the emit. That's not what I want. That's not what I want. Let's see if there's anything faster, sweeter. Yes, I know that. Sender. Right. Yeah. What if we? Yeah, you know what? How about actually we could just try this. Let's just stop. No, let's. Yeah, let's. Let's just run one and let's take a closer look at the wallets that we have up with us. So for instance, like we do buyer is signer, mnemonic private keys, address, mnemonic get. Right, so I was address and provider waffle proxy provider, waffle mock provider adapter, create fixture load solidity, deploy mocked control, waffle mock provider adapter, provider is provided through so cache any network will block them and pulling it emitted is provided. So can I do wallet create empty wallet? Or signer, can I do signer? So you mean like buyer and then sign transaction. Here you go. Sign transaction and then contract initiate. Right? Let's try that. Let's try that. Buyer sign transaction this right. This could potentially be the thing if this doesn't blow up in our face. Well, okay. Sign transaction wasn't that, but it didn't. Right. Okay. So public. Can we make this external? No, because now it doesn't set this anymore, right? Perhaps it's not signed transaction, but right. There's something. So we're not. Sign message. Sign message. Could that be? How do I user a call a function on a contract owned by us, but that was written and issued by you users? Do you have a link? Did you find anything somewhere? Let's start with the first thing. Call function of another contract. Calling another contract function is a delegate call. Right, so that's... In this part we go to see how we call it, another contract function. We talk about the storage, constructed function, set value. U into V public. It's called, and we want to deploy another contract called machine, which is the color of storage. This is contract to contract. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like contract to contract, so that's not it. Calling function from deployed contract. Contract address call. For example, contract.call. Those fucking names. Address of A. Oh. So does this contract have an address now? Contract. So what are we saying, that I need to do something like buyer signed transaction contract, but does the contract has an address? Yeah. Yeah. So this would in principle have address and then call, but bytes 4. Right, let's see if address. Is there just buyer call? Let's try that. Let's try that. That would be great. So we say buyer dot call. Right. Okay. So you say call like this. Okay. That could be potentially that. Buyer call. So we have some news from UT61. Managed to force that component inside the wrapper to work as I wanted, but now I want I will need to figure out how to manage some network calls and how to pass retrieve data into it. I've never raised as much docs as today. I gotcha. Now I know I'm not a. Again, I'm Android is not my platform, but I know that in iOS you need to actually sanitize everything. You need to ask for permissions to do pretty much, everything like network calls and then things like that. So that might be a way forward, perhaps. But anyway, so we're gonna comment this one out and. Right. That's not. I think perhaps we need to like allow this to happen. Like Solidity allow other user other wallets to call a function. We had something like that with, because on this voting thing, for instance, that must be a use case for that, definitely. Executing functions on other contracts with multi-sig wallets or multi-sig Ether. Right. Oh! I really hate you when you do this. There's a simple workaround around this paywall. I mean, I don't mind paywalls. Right. Multi-sig wallets aren't actually multi-signature. That's not what I want, I guess. Submit transaction. Destination type address value. When you're trying to send out Ether from one smart contract to some address, you want the address you want to send address. Getting really hungry here. So we can submit like for add owner. So there is right. Let's not get down to this one for now. Calling the function of another contract facility. Contract deploy units, yes. Contract the function set a unit deployed. But that's also contract to contract, right? Function signatures are for signature 4 by as long as 4. Yeah, but it doesn't do it for us. The buyer call. Do I have to? Yes. So we could do console log message sender, right? Because call message, yeah, call transact, yeah. So console log message sender. Right. So this is the sender. FB92. FB, well, I guess that happens after each, that changes after each thing, so right. Let's have a look at this, see if we can get anything out of this. That, can I step forward? Why can't I just? Come on. Ah, fucker. It's boring. Where's the only? This is the one. Why aren't you? Let me just see that. Okay, so buyer address. That is 7DC. This is the one, right? 7DC. Oh, 79C8. 79C8. Oh shit. Again, just so we see it, because 79C8. Okay. And that's not the right one. Yeah, it's different. It's not the buyer one. Just to see, we have the buyer address, and then we have the service provider address. And the provider address is 2266, which is exactly what we get. So the message, right? Yeah, that's the one. Okay, so we will say sign message. Sign message. I'm just gonna call this sign message. And now hello Anya, how you doing? Live. I'm more dead than alive actually, but thank you very much for dropping by. No, so me and Subsidian, so for some reason when I woke up this morning, I came with this brilliant idea that I wanted to learn more about smart contracts, and they make me feel pretty unsmart, to be honest, at this point. Just to fill you in, I've been doing a few streams over the last few days, basic unit testing in JavaScript, some acceptance tests, Cypress.io, and then yesterday we did some backend testing with Mocha and Supertest, and then I was supposed to do a little bit of React component tests and so on, feeling very, this is a cozy place, component test is very, very, very safe place for me. But then I woke up this morning and I was like, hey, why don't we just go into smart contracts? And here we are. The idea is to set up a contract for a buyer and a seller of services. To we want to deploy a contract where a service provider issues the contract to a buyer, and the buyer orders a service. For instance, he wants to purchase 10 hours of software development. Eat your own dog food, as they say, right? So, and that's pretty much where we are at this point on the second step, because later on, you know, once the service provider receives that, he can set a price, and you can accept the price or reject the price, and then, you know, the process goes on basically, right? And so we are running a few experiments here, saying that we were able to set the required service now, but we kind of got stuck that, you know, when we are we're calling an initiate method, so we initiate the purchase process. That's why we chose this name, and we just passing in software development 10 hours, for instance, something like that, right? But now we want the buyer to purchase, to trigger that, and so we want to use that, and so we're trying out different ways of doing this. And so I have two proposals from Subsidian: contract connect the buyer, right? So let's try that. Let's comment this one out, and then we say so contract connect and then the buyer, right? And then contract with signer equals, I'm not really on board with that, Subsidian. So that has a return value, so we need to call initialize. Contract connect. Oh, so you pretty much say, are you saying that I should do like chain this on like this? Is that yeah, Anya, it's this is not really how no contract connect buyer and then call. Okay, I got you. So we do contract dot connect buyer dot initiate. All right. Yeah. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, as they say, right? Let's see. All right. You are the man. You are truly the man. And we have the right signer. Man. Boom. This no, that's not the right signer. No, that's not the right signer. But I think it worked. Let's start this. Let's stop. Okay, so first of all, I think we're all learning here. We have 9 minutes left of this stream before my wife strangles me, you know. So, oh, thank you, Anya. Thank you very much. Let's see. So, okay. So we have the contract. Yeah. So yeah, exactly. We need to, but we. Okay. Oh, God damn it! It's so hard to wrap. You know, sometimes it's really hard to wrap your head around this. But we have the buyer address, and we have the seller service provider address. So we have that, and they have the signer. Right. But you know what we could do basically is to say this. Look, in this contract, right? Here on in this initiate function. So basically, one, check if the signer is the buyer, right? And then two, if not, get the hell out of here. And three, if yes, right, then move on and set the Eric service. This is the logic, right? Yeah, right. So, and we do have the buyer address, right? So we can just have a, in my opinion, we can say if message dot sender equals buyer address. No, or this is like this buyer address, right? Why is this giving me a fucking, is it like address? This should work. Why is this giving me a red? Only two equals? Okay. No, not two equals. No, two equals. No this, okay. There you go. Okay, so then we just, if this is happening, so we just move this in, and else we need to some sort of an error handler or whatever, right? But we don't have that, so so this is this one, and this is this one, right? So let's just see if we broke something. Okay, so this is passing. We can probably turn off the, but this is message sender, so you know. And now we need to basically we probably need some, you know, raise some sort of an error or something. But yeah, that's the general idea, right? So we're just gonna copy this guy, and we say random guy, no, random wallet can not initiate this process, and so we're just gonna we're just gonna call this guy random wallet, you know, the third one in our 20 wallet thingies, and then we're just gonna say random wallet, and that will be just null, you know, this will not be set for anything, right? We don't have an error, we're not raising an error yet, so, but this should be null, otherwise, right, if this would work if this was a buyer, right? I think so. I don't know what to think anymore. Well, this actually worked, I think. Well, let's comment this one. Because see the contract status was not changed. Yeah, I think we're hitting something here, folks. Yeah. Yeah. Let's run the whole fucking thing. There's a only somewhere. Where is that? There it is. Okay. Let's run the whole enchilada. I'm impressed. This is why you should never code alone. Social coding is much better. Subsidian, you are the rock on which I rest my tired. I can't even come up with anything poetic to say. I'm just so blown away. I'm just so blown away. This is really good. This is really good. What we will do now is to do a git status here. Right. We should probably remove the build info from version control, right? Shouldn't I? I think I should. I think I should. For some, I don't think we need the build info to be included in version control. Let's see. Where am I? Git ignore. No modules. Right, and then I think I can do git dash f and then just dot dash no, I mean the wildcards. Can I do that? Okay. Right. So git add all of this, git ciam. Right. Adds restriction for buyer to So if somebody else tries to do that, we want to return something like, basically a fuck off to whoever tries to do that. But once that is done, we can actually skip that for now, because we can just go with the happy path. And so the next step would be this third step, which is basically, let me see if I can put this up on screen. Well, that didn't work. Chat is hiding that. You basically want the service provider send off this. Right, only the buyer would be the. Yeah, we could get rid of the if else. Yes, please don't get me started now. But that you can submit a pull request, Obsidian. That's totally fine. But after that, we will need to set a price for this. You see, that's what happens. I see this kind of stuff, and then I go like, yeah, just another 10 minutes, another, and that turns into an hour or two. So we will set a price on this thing, and then the buyer, the service provider will present the price, and then we need a buyer to accept or reject the price. Right, and if it is accepted, the service provider can issue an invoice. And so on. We can pick it up from there. Subsidian, I am really grateful that you took the time. And again, if you have any thoughts of how this code can be improved, feel free to pull it down from GitHub, install this, and submit like a pull request or work directly on this. That's perfectly fine. David, thank you very much for dropping by. I see that you are still around, or actually you're not. Well, good for you, because you're probably coding on something more important. Anya, thank you very much for dropping by. And I see that Mike is here from Agile Ventures. That's awesome. Awfully quiet today. And yes, it is 3:30 a.m. at your place, Obsidian. Whereabouts are you? I think I asked you this before, but I kind of forgot. It was Canada, wasn't it? I think you were in Canada. All right, so it was a good, interesting session. Oh, you're in Seattle. Seattle is a beautiful place. I've been to Seattle once. It was a long time ago, but I've been to Seattle. Great music scene, by the way. All right, thank you very much, everyone. Stay cool. Have a fantastic Sunday. I see you. I see you when I see you, right? Stay cool. Peace out.